most civilized people are out of touch with reality because they confuse the world as it is with the world as they think about it, and talk about it, and describe it. Now, of course, reality, from a philosopher's point of view, is a dangerous word. A philosopher will ask me, what do I mean by reality? Am I talking about the physical world of nature? Or am I talking about a spiritual world? Or what? And to that I have a very simple answer. When we talk about the material world, that is actually a philosophical concept. So in the same way, if I say that reality is spiritual, that's also a philosophical concept. And reality itself is not a concept. Reality is and we won't give it a name.
Hardcore. Hardcore to the max. Oh, I clicked the wrong game. Last night I bought The Force Unleashed, The Force Unleashed 2, and Star Wars Shadow of the Empire because it was about $3. A lot of Star Wars games are on sale at the moment on Steam. Take a look. Take a look. Around. It's Limp Bizkit fucking up your town. Time to get cozy for today's philosophy lesson, yeah. Time to float away from the whatever the understanding of self existence is. Hi, Whack. Oh yeah, we got a house. This is one of the reasons I like running in an already established world. I don't overthink the setting. I just finished a Cyberpunk 2020 campaign. 2020? And the new one will be in 5e, in First Age, Middle Earth. Yeah, but then you have to study. Like, I'm studying every week instead of creating. I do a lot of studying. So it feels like I'm at school sometimes, running Star Wars. For me, I like the freedom in some of the other... I don't know, I'm enjoying Star Wars quite a lot, but it's not my most, I don't know, favourite way to do stuff. Okay. I was wasting a little bit of time because we're thinking about my date of birth and the motorway south, so I kind of want to waste a little bit of time by talking to some random people this morning.
Hi, officer.
It's Lillian, the net picker. A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. What the fuck? She's wearing a fucking sword?
Anything I can help you with?
Depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
It's Lele. This is Lele's accent.
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
You're in love? You like fisher women, do you?
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
My issue at the moment is I'm looking back at my last campaign and seeing all the faults. The story and characters were so full of holes, I should have named them all Colin Durr. Does it matter? Did it affect the campaign in a way that ruined the entire campaign, and did everyone not have fun because of that? There's no point in holding yourself to a standard of perfection. You have to let go of it immediately. You can't do it. You're one person. You're not a fucking supercomputer AI that can just generate fucking, like, everything to perfection. It's impossible. Do you know how to use it? No, it is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
In my head, yes. That's not what I asked though, was it? But you answered perfectly. Which means the issue is purely that you need therapy. It's nothing to do with preparing a new campaign. You just need to go to therapy and figure out whatever that thing is that is causing you to beat yourself up about not running a perfect campaign. Dude, people write stuff for TV where they prepare it and write it over and over and over again and put it up on TV, and then immediately everyone online tears it apart for plot holes. What makes you think you could improv something? You get one go. It's live. You know? You get one shot at everything. Insane. Holding yourself to that level of standard is just some sort. It's just whatever that is. Go to therapy and figure it out. There was nothing wrong with your campaign, and there's no reason to try and over prepare for something that you can't do it. You can't figure out every single eventuality. You can't sit there like fucking Charlie Day with the red shit everywhere. It's impossible. And holding yourself to that standard and worrying about that kind of stuff, honestly, I think will probably be more detrimental to the campaign than you realize. Because instead of fucking sitting at the table and creating an atmosphere for everyone to enjoy and relax and play and, you know, whatever, you're like fucking holding on to everything and you're making sure everything is going perfect, and instead you just become this fucking psychotic control freak, this fucking weird dictator of story, rather than someone that's facilitating something and being conscious of everyone's enjoyment and making sure that everyone has fun. That's what matters. And every single DM in the whole fucking world just forgets that. Because they're too busy trying to make sure that they're fucking everything is fucking perfect, or they're controlling their story or whatever. And it's like, dude, just fucking dial it back. Let yourself have fun as well. Enjoy it. Have a beer. Relax. You're a player as well. You just have a different character. It's the world. And it is a lot more stressful, and there's a lot more responsibility on you, and obviously you do want to tell a good story and you want to make it, but the reason you want to tell a good story and everything, what is it for? Is it for you? If you're doing it for you, I don't know if you're going to be a good DM, honestly. I think you should be doing it for the players and you. You should be having fun, but they should also be having fun. And you got to let go of stuff. The irony of being a DM, and this is a lesson that I learned as well, or a game master, or being the one that's in charge of everything, is that you want to relinquish as much control as possible. The more you relinquish control, the less you force them to go along on your narrative and your story, and the less that you hope that they do this, and I hope they go there, and I want them to keep going, I don't want to give them that sword, it's too strong. Just let all that float away, man. The less you fucking hold on, just loosen your fucking death grip and let it flow more naturally, and just whatever happens, happens. Not to the point where it's like belligerently bad, but you know, just you don't have to be so psychotic about it. The more fun people have. It's not about... Story doesn't matter. Your story doesn't matter. The fucking... You know, whether this fucking went right or this went wrong doesn't matter. It only matters if you look around and everyone isn't having fun. Look around the fucking table or on the Zoom call or whatever it is. And is everyone enjoying themselves? Is everyone sitting there laughing, and or is everyone interested or immersed, or, you know, whatever? You're doing great. That's all that matters. Fuck the rest of it. Who gives a shit? It's really nice when you get to the end of it and you're like, wow, there wasn't any plot holes and that worked out well and this was cool, and ultimately, yeah. Every single DM ends every single session and goes, fuck, that was shit. I suck. I'm so shit at this. Why didn't I do that? That's just a weird That's imposter syndrome. That's your own trauma. That's your own shit. That's something you need to go away and figure out. Look introspectively at yourself and figure out. It's nothing to do with the campaign. Nothing to do with what you prepped. Nothing to do with how the players received the game. It's all on you, that. And the more you let that bleed into the play, honestly, I think the more it hinders you. It's not work. Are you putting more effort into this thing than anything else in your life? Great, it's your passion project, but are you fucking causing yourself strain? Are you taking morale damage? Dude, relax.
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Literally, Ratch. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so affected? Where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Me. That fucking Denzel Washington. I'm drunk right now.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Electrochemistry responded to that one. While waiting on a therapist to run the campaign, yes. No campaign plan ever fully survives contact with players. Yeah, it doesn't. I was such a control freak when I started DMing. In a not a very healthy way. I'm OCD, I'm obsessive, I worry. I also had a lot more ego in my first campaign. I had this setting and this story that I wanted to tell, and the players were just actors who were given parts. And I quickly realized that this was a mistake. Because they will never do what you expect them to do. Because one, you again are not a supercomputer. You can't predict anything other people are going to do. How many times have you had an argument in your head with someone and you show up the next day and the first thing they say is nothing like all the planned scenarios in your head? It never fucking works out that way. And players are the same, man. And then you have, do you know how fucking, there's 20 sides to a D20. It's fucking insane. The RNG element of it. And there's nothing worse than constantly feeling like everything in the game is just on tracks. You need to let stuff happen. Let stuff happen. If they earned it, if the RNG of a dice roll or two undoes your whole plan, let it. That's the difference between improv-based roleplay, acting, gaming, and a television show or a movie or something. You fucking there's a random element to it. It's so much more fun to give into it and let it happen. But the moment you accept that and understand that, the moment you relinquish that control and that obsession, you're free, and now you can just enjoy it. And the more you do, the more you run a thing, the better. At this point, I've run so much D&D that I am good at understanding a general, like, predicted course. I'm like, well, they're probably going to go with this, or they're probably going to have that, or this is probably going to work out like that. So quite often if I'm prepping something, and this is usually after it's begun, not in the pre-prep, because you can never prep anything. You don't even, I mean, who knows, man? But week to week prep, I'm like, well, they're probably going to go left in here or whatever. They're going to be scared of that and shit like that. And you're like, well, they're probably not going to go into this cave. They're probably not going to take that quest. They're probably not going to end up going over there. And so what I will do is I will put more effort into the prep of, say, they're likely to go left. So I'm going to over prep left. But I'm not going to rule out them going right. And I'm also not going to rule out just a blank page question mark. What if they don't do either? Now, a lot of DMs will over prep left, and therefore, if they don't go left, the most annoying thing. You've ruined my entire campaign. Fuck you guys. You've ruined everything. I know that feeling. I've felt it plenty of times. But I've prepped left, and you're going right? Why the fuck are they going right? I didn't do anything. Now, you can do one of two things there. One, you can just move left to right, and they go right, but you give them whatever option was left. Because you've prepped left. Two, go with the part prepped. They went right. They went down the right-hand cavern. And I didn't really plan anything in here. There's just a couple of goblins and a sack. And now you're relying on improv. Well, there's a couple of goblins in here, and you run in and you kill them. And what's in the sack? And you're like, I don't fucking know. And they go, well, what's in the sack? Is it moving? And you go, you know what? Yeah, it is moving. Fuck it. I go, what? It is moving? I kick it. It goes. And you go, what the fuck? We open the sack. What's inside? A gelatinous cube. Roll initiative. And they go, what the fuck? And you're like, okay, they're fucking gonna open a gelatinous cube. Fucking pull the fucking info up. Yep, roll initiative. This thing has a +6. Okay, yep. And then you just fucking go with it. And then some crazy shit will happen. And they'll be like, I speak to the gelatinous cube. And you go, what? And I go, I speak to it. Hey, we want to be your friend. And you go, what the fuck? All right, roll a persuasion check. Natural 20. The gelatinous cube says, hello. 6 weeks later, the gelatinous cube is an NPC pet that they keep with them. And that session is their favorite session. 6 years later, they still talk about that session where a gelatinous cube came out of the fucking bag and you rolled a natural 20 to befriend it. And everyone always talks about that one. And it's the session you didn't prep. It's the thing that you weren't expecting. And do you know why? Because you let go of the fucking control and the fucking psychotic. And everyone just went, wow, that was so stupid and so fun and so silly. We all enjoyed ourselves that night. You were laughing, they were laughing. You know? It happens so much. Don't worry. It's all good. It'll work out. And you can also just not prep nothing. They go, well, we're not going backwards. When it gets frustrating is when, you know, they go, we don't want to do it. And then you go, well, you have to. I don't know. And then you're frustrated and you're annoyed. And now you're just sat there going, right, yeah, you guys go backwards. What's down there? Nothing. Nothing's back there. Because you were supposed to go left. Obviously. So there's obviously nothing behind you. Because why would there be? And then they're like, oh, right, okay, well, I guess we go back into the cave and then we take the left cavern. You go, yeah, great, okay, you went left. Now, waiting for you is the bad guy. And he says, oh, welcome to my cavern. Roll initiative. You know, like, it's just no fun. No one wants to do that. Relinquish the control. As soon as you relinquish the control and you get good at letting go of that, you relinquish all of the worry. You relinquish all of the stress, even. D&D isn't supposed to be a TV show. It's supposed to be improv. It's supposed to be RNG. And then within that, you can have these moments that are set. I have milestones all of the time. And most of the time I just set milestones where I'm like, at some point, they will find this magical dagger. Once they find that magical dagger, that dagger will be the first clue to a larger overarching plot that will lead them to this city. In this city, they will just whatever. They will bump into this character who will be like, wait, where did you get that dagger? That dagger belonged to my great-grandfather. And then they go, what the fuck? And you go, yeah, I'm actually the prince. And you go, wait, this guy's the prince? But why isn't he in the castle? Well, the evil sorcerer has overtaken it. Well, that's the evil sorcerer that we've been something else, something, leading to an A plot. You can just set these points that are supposed to happen, and then you put them in front of the players when you need it to. It's just all random. And then you go, well, this plot point is now in front of you. And you see how they react to it. And sometimes they don't even take it. They go, yeah, well, we don't help him. And you go, okay, fine. and they don't help the prince. Well, how am I going to get them to have a confrontation with my big bad evil guy? Something else. This is the big bad evil guy. He's going to be everywhere. He's in everything. You give it 2 more sessions where they fuck around in the town and they're doing some side quest shit or whatever. And they run into something. The prince is dead. He's been slaughtered and he's hung from the fucking rafters. While you guys are moving around, a bunch of guards round you up. We saw you speaking to the prince 2 weeks ago. Fuck. You know, run away. Whatever. It doesn't have to be that it has to go the way. Basically, the point is it doesn't have to go the way that it went in your head when you imagined it 6 months ago, before all of this other stuff happened that was based on random rolls of a dice. Trying to force them and constrain them into these points. It's ridiculous. You're better off letting them go, and then you move the points in front of them so that they inevitably collide with them. Letting them go completely off the rails is the worst thing you can do as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm an over-prepper as well. And as a GM, you are in the back of your head going, listen, if you guys go left, it's going to be more fun because I've prepared it. I understand how to run this next section. You want to be playing my A-plot game. You don't realize it because you're scared. They always get scared. Things that turn players off is fear. They go, oh, I don't want to go in the cave. It's scary. Hey, you guys can cast magic missile. What are you afraid of? You can launch ice spikes from your hands. You can wield a claymore like Guts from Berserk. What are you afraid of? Pussy boys. Roleplay. But players get scared of shit. You just have to... You just have to be careful and cautious with how you present the main plot. Because obviously they want to play the main plot. That's the campaign. You have a story that you want to tell because it's a good story. It's in your head. If you don't tell that story, they're just wandering around like toddlers doing nothing. But you just have to apply some tact in how you approach it, and don't be so rigid in your approach of it. Being very fluid, moving with the flow of the game and the rolls of the dice, and looking at your players and going, well, they didn't want to go in there. They don't want to go into this fucking crypt. But the main thing to get them onto my story is in that fucking crypt. Well, don't force them in there. Figure out another way. Your job is to let them fuck off then. Just move the thing to where they go next. They don't fucking know. The good thing about players is they don't know shit. They're dumb as fuck. They're like little ducklings and you just have to be the fucking mother duck. Just move the thing, figure it out. Whatever it is, I don't know. Put something even more scary left. They were like, oh, I want to go into the... I don't want to go in there, I'm scared. Okay, well, if you go over there, there's a beholder. So now, pick. Which fear do you want to face? A beholder or the fucking cavern? They'll run in a cavern. You just get smart with it. But I think relinquishing control is one of the main things that I don't... DMs... The reason people become DMs is because they want that control over the narrative, or they have a story in their head that they want to tell. And that's all good. But the problem is when people GM and DM only that and forget that they're also supposed to be a narrator and a facilitator for the players' stories. Every player is the main character in their head. And you really should just be a lens through which they can see their story out. And just moving the lens around the table for each player to have a moment or to experience the story in a way that they can enjoy it is as important as being your own lens for your own story and stuff. And I think people forget that. You really do have to try and enjoy, let the players enjoy their story as well. And how can you do that? It's a fucking... That's why I think it's like spinning plates. It's crazy. You have to... You're doing so much. The most thankless job of all time, but you will, I find, have more... When you're beating yourself up afterwards and going, oh, there was a plot hole there or this or whatever, that all goes away when people go, that was amazing, I loved it. It purges it like a magical spell. Dispel. Ping! When everyone goes, that was amazing, dude. I had so much fun. That was so good. It was so cool how you did that and how this happened and that. When your players have enjoyed the session and they're walking out of the house or you're fucking logging off the call or whatever it is. For us on Table Store, we even have people like posting in the Discord and shit like that, or in the chat, which I very rarely see when I'm GMing. But it's a spell that dispels that imposter syndrome. So aim for that instead. I say. Hi, Kazar. Cesar. I'd just make them go the way I planned regardless. If they decide to back out, it still takes them further into the cave. Yeah, that's a lot of GMing, I think. It's perfectly fine to do that as well. The illusion of choice, smartly done, is just as enjoyable. As long as you're not doing it in a way that they feel like you're taking away any agency from them. And if you are actively taking agency away from players because you're the all-powerful GM, I find that that becomes very boring. Players will pick up on it. But moving chambers that are important from around, like moving a fucking dungeon around in front of the players to facilitate a fun and natural flow is completely fine. A great idea. I do it all the time. I prep something one week and they don't use it. Well, guess what? You find it in the 3 dungeons from now. All the time, man. Reusing stuff, rehashing stuff, it's all good. You just, again, it's tact. The more you do it, the better it gets. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this, but I know exactly how it feels, Kipling. I have the same mindset. Control, worry, imposter syndrome. Every GM, man. If you don't end a session and beat yourself up after every session, I don't think you did good enough. Dude, every GM ends a session and is like, man, that was shit. And then people are like, it was so good, man, I enjoyed it. And you're like, what? That pile of shit? I'm trash. I'm gonna kill myself. And they're like, why? It was fucking awesome. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Really? Okay. And it's all fucking demons in your head, man. Everyone walking away, having a great time. Yeah, man. Alright, what did she say to me? Before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago and I only can mourn him, but she liked his muscles. Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. You should have thrown yourself in the waves after him, Jesus Christ. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? He lies through his teeth. It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. This is 36-year-old Brad. I'm gonna say death is nothing.
I don't. But us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on.
Yeah, she's a smart... When you meet these smart, wise, old sage people who are better than you, you just think about this giant checklist of things you want to accomplish, and not doing most of them at least feels unacceptable. Right. Yeah. It can be hard sometimes as well when you're kind of in the throes of GMing a campaign, when it feels like nothing is really being achieved on your side of things. That can be frustrating when you're like, they're not going where I need them to go and they're just not really doing anything, and I'm concerned that that's going to make them bored. But if I don't railroad them somewhat, then they're just going to be kind of spinning their wheels, wandering around this town doing nothing week after week. And even though they seem to be enjoying it, I really feel like I need to push them on and progress the campaign and the story in some way. So I'm just going to force this to happen, and that sometimes feels bad, but I think is all part of it, man. Big checklist of stuff. I really do have like at the top of my GM notes for Star Wars, I have a campaign map of like first thing they need to do, second thing that will happen, third thing that will happen, fourth thing that will happen, fifth thing that will happen, sixth thing that will happen, and then underneath that is all of the intricate, detailed notes. And like, for example, on Star Wars, they've done the first one, and now it's just a matter of when does this second one happen? When they naturally encounter it, when I decide to drop it in front of them, when it feels right. And once I cross off each of these 6 points, that's the whole campaign. But in between each of these points is like pages and pages and pages of notes, sessions and sessions and sessions and sessions and sessions of stuff. And that's kind of how I run a campaign now. I have these milestones. I have a beginning and an end. I've just always run a campaign this way. The beginning is very clear in my head, and an understanding of what the ending will probably be. Obviously, anything can knock the ending way out of whack. But pretty much I usually have a beginning and an end, and the middle is a big mishmash, wish-wash, blurb. And I have these milestone points, the story plot points that they will hit. And quite a lot of the time, say I have 6 of those points when I start a campaign, they don't even get to plot point 2 or 3 for 2/3 of the campaign. And then they hit plot point 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 really quickly. Because the beginning, I think it's very good to leave campaigns very open for a huge section of time, because that is when players are figuring out who they are, and you're figuring out who they are, and you're learning what the pacing of the game is and how they like to play, especially if you have new players who are different people than you've had before, which is quite often the case on Table Story. You want to learn how they play and what they enjoy, and you want to make sure you facilitate that. And then eventually you'll be able to put something in front of them that it becomes more of a plot thing. And for me, my campaigns are like, first episode, the most on rails ever. Look at Star Wars the first session of Star Wars. They had almost no agency. It feels like they did, and there were definitely things that affected it. Like there was a puzzle where they could have had a boost in any skill, pretty much, depending on what they answered. Stuff like that. And there's combat, which is always a random situation. But basically, it was massively on rails. Like almost nothing went unaccording to plan there. But episode 2 was a blank page. I just literally had nothing planned for it. And I just kind of run a campaign like this. First episode on rails, and then it goes, and it just becomes like wild space. And then I close it in, bring it in, until at the end, they're usually the last 4 or 5 sessions of a campaign for me are on rails again. You're just going through the motions of tying up my story. Now it's my game again, because the part of my game that's my character is the story that I've written, the campaign adventure that I've planned. But a lot of the beginning and mid part of a campaign for me is fucking wide open. I almost don't give a fuck what happens, because you will figure out a way to draw it back in. Star Wars is an interesting one for me as well, because it's a lot more sandboxy. I really have no idea where they're going to go or what they're going to do, but I do have points that I think that they will hit, and then I have campaign story points that I'm just going to drop in front of them. Literally, a Star Destroyer is going to, do that thing in Star Wars where they just fucking come out of hyperspace. And that will be a story point. The good thing about Star Wars is that the Force is just a fucking Deus Ex Machina plot point machine. That's the point. Like, it literally, like, anything that is unexplainable in Star Wars, they just go, yeah, the Force willed it. And you go, oh, all right, yeah. And it makes sense. It's smart and stupid writing all in one. So I think that last night in the session, Nuada had a sense of something big and dangerous coming towards them. That could be anything. I know what it is. You can just do stuff like that. But that's essentially it. I just went, something's coming to get you. And it is at some point. I don't know when. I literally have no idea I couldn't give you a number on what session that big thing will appear in front of them. So, no idea. But I know it will at some point, In some circumstances you can do that with magic too, yeah. And it depends on your story though, You PBTSD'd PB, yeah I did. Role players should take note of this too. I like video game role players. You're all providing story hooks for one another, and you should be at least. Everything is a mini DM. everyone has this story in their head and they want to tell it. And you really cannot you cannot be part of an ensemble of people, whether that be a table of D&D players or, you know, Wild RP or whatever. Everyone is an ensemble cast, but everyone is fucking egotistical and wants to tell their story, and they want to be the cool cowboy that spins the guns and just fucking takes everyone out. It's just never going to work like that. Not unless you're writing a fucking book or you're writing a TV show or a movie and you're casting actors to play your roles in your story. If you're doing anything that has a collective improv-based game, immediately the first thing you need to check at the door is your ego and relinquish that control. And the DM's job should never be just to singularly facilitate their story and their thing. But I honestly think more than 50% of DMs do that. Now, I think most of us learn eventually not to do that. But it's a dangerous fucking situation to get into, I think. And every game is different and every player is different. And facilitating the game that players want, it requires like insight. You have to really read players at the table and try and make sure that everyone is getting what they want for it from the game. Some people want to be like the murder hoboing fucking mechanics lawyer. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how they want to play the game. Facilitate it for them. But you might have at the same table someone who just wants to roleplay, would never murder hobo, doesn't care about the rules. Facilitate that game as well. Figure it out. Do it. That's the game. The Matt Colville video where he talks about different players, just YouTube Matt Colville different players. Something like that. It's like a 10-15 minute video maybe, where he talks about the different players at a table and how all of them are valid. Was the best video I ever watched as an early DM. Then you start spinning plates again. One of the things that sucks about Oracle's Rest is there's so many of them. There's 10 people sometimes sat there, and you know, like we'll do like a 3-hour session together, and you know, only 3 people spoke or did anything, and I feel absolutely awful. And at the end of it, I'm like, I'm sorry, you know, you didn't get to do much. And they're like, oh, shut the fuck up. It was great because we're all just hanging out. People are there to hang out. They want to just be silly and hang out with their friends most of the time. And so everyone got what they wanted from it. And I'm trying to make sure that people, when it is their turn and when they do have their moment, that they do it the way they want to do it. And that's key, I think. And it can be very difficult, and sometimes it can be a struggle, or there can be friction between play styles and stuff, and it does sometimes fall to annoyingly, the DM is the one that has to fucking negotiate all that stuff, and you become a little fucking annoying negotiator, and that's not my favorite part of GMing at all. But but it is a thing that you just kind of end up doing. And if you're providing the game, if each of those players is getting what they want out of the game to some degree, and so long as they are hands off enough that they're not controlling everyone else at the table and undermining you, which will happen as well, you can do it. Everyone has fun, and then all of that imposter syndrome just dissipates and floats off downriver. And it takes a lot of practice and exposure therapying yourself to just letting go of that control. Lotus, thank you for the 11 months. Finally got here to sub. Have to leave though. Oh fuck, I should have said thank you while you were still in here. My baby is starting to talk and I'm a little nervous to have him around you too much. Yeah, fair enough. Could always just teach him that language doesn't mean anything. You know, if you want. Could always just have it be an enlightened child. But I'm not going to tell you how to bring up your children. I have no idea what will happen next session. I'm setting my players loose in a massive alien market in the City of Jewels and they have no money, God help me. Yeah, but sometimes that ends up being really fun. Sometimes it doesn't. I try to populate stuff that makes sense. I just go, well, what is here What are things that players usually go and find in those moments? They usually go and find a couple of stores. You want a general store, come up with a general store, maybe give it an individual quirky thing that's different, like an owner or something, or they sell something specific. Come up with like an armory or a blacksmith or whatever. Is there any what's a unique aspect about this marketplace or whatever? You know, it could be a unique store or something that they sell. They have access to a unique item or a unique resource on the planet or whatever. And then just write a list of names down for NPCs so that you can quick grab NPCs. And then you just see what the players do, and the players will quite often just be like, I want to go and find this specific thing. And you're like, oh, fuck, what the fuck do you need? What do you mean you want to go and find porridge? Like, well, does anyone sell porridge? And you're like, yes. That you can probably find porridge. You know, maybe roll a dice to just see if they can actually find this thing. There actually happens to be a porridge vendor specifically. He sells magic porridge. You know, whatever. But there's only so long you want to be doing that for before you want to introduce something more interesting for them to do. Dangling stuff in front of players, they will always take it, almost always. You know, players are often looking for where to go as much as you are trying to direct them. But what you don't want to do is make it feel like you forced their hand. Hello, random NPC. Tell me everything you know about the final boss. You know what I would do in that situation? I would go, okay, and then I would have the NPC tell you everything that they know about the final boss, but they lied. They lied through their teeth about everything. They gave you a bunch of false information, and then as you walk off, the NPC goes like this. And they dissipate an illusion spell, and they were the final boss. And now you're going to find stuff that is like he's allergic to fire. He's allergic to fire, guys, like everyone. He's allergic to fire. So everyone goes and gets fire-based stuff, and they go into the final boss, and he's a fire god. You know?
You fools.
The key is to make sure that the players have agency in that conversation. If they suspect something, or they go, is this guy lying to me? Give them the insight check, Nikki. That's what you do. You see, +9 insight. What if they find out that my bad guy? Then that player is good at insight. Let them be the hero. Let your players be the heroes that they want to be. Let them tell the story in their head. Roll your dice. You rolled a 29. Critical 29. You know that this NPC is lying to you through their teeth. You actually suspect that this might be an illusory spell. And that this person doesn't even look this way. What do? Oh, well then immediately now the session has changed, man. You know, immediately you're like, wait, what? He's lying to us? Yeah. And you see through the fact that there's an illusion going on here. Oh, okay. Now all your players are going, wait, this was just, I thought we were fucking around in the marketplace. Oh, did you? Well, maybe you are. But this person senses something's off. What do you do about it? I confront them. Why are you lying to us?
Well. Look who has the eyes of a wizard.
What? That's right. The illusion spell drops. In front of you is fucking Sauron. What do? You know? Dude, how interested are you now? Yeah, you might be scrambling as a GM. I haven't even... I don't know what the big bad evil guy's fucking stats even are. But everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? Suddenly the drama, the silly, like, casual episode that was unplanned has turned into a pinnacle moment. Everyone is interested. Everyone's watching. Everyone's quiet. Everyone's seeing... Dude. You know? Play into shit like that. Let people roll the nat fucking 20 insight and give them the truth. Let it undo your story. And think now about how your big bad evil guy would react to that. What effect does that have on your campaign? You've got a whole week between sessions to figure out shit later on. In the moment, it can be a bit of a panic. And in the moment, it can undo shit. Never forget my fucking first ever campaign. Second campaign. The first campaign that I properly DM'd, really put effort into. That wasn't my, like, practice campaign. Fractured Worlds. My big bad evil guy was killed in like episode 9 of 30. Because I let them. He showed up in front of the players, acted like a fucking Billy Big Dick, but he was injured already. That was part of the story. And he went, well, look at who you guys are. And I was like, this is the big bad. They're not gonna fuck with him. I'm gonna outright not kill them. I gave them plot armor. I was like, I'll give them plot armor. He'll reduce them to 1 HP. He'll give them a little speech and he'll fly away. Dude, they fucked him up. They fucked him up, dude. They stabbed the fuck out of him. They ripped off his head. They burned his fucking corpse. Dude, I was like, what the fuck do I do? They killed my bad guy. Imagine you're watching Lord of the Rings and Frodo and Sam accidentally kill Sauron in the Shire at the beginning. What do you do? I went, But I also went, you know what? I'm not taking that away from them. How cruel is that? I legitimately placed the bad guy in front of them. He was mortal. There was no reason you can magic in any reason you want if you want. But I went, I feel that they deserved that. They rolled really well. They worked together as a team. And they brought this fucking enemy down that was legitimately too difficult for them to fight. And they won. And I went, okay. You know what? They did it. And I went, you kill him. Well done. And in the back of my head, I'm freaking out. But I ended the session and I went away and I had a week to come up with what the fuck happens next. Well, the bad guy had an apprentice. The apprentice takes up his mantle and goes, you fucking guys, you know? Ended up being a great campaign. Fractured World's one of the fucking greatest campaigns I've ever ran. Great players, great sessions. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to play. Half of the rules I got wrong. My bad guy died in the beginning. But those guys felt like a fucking hero. The players felt great. Each and every single one of them in that session were heroes that saved the day, that killed the bad guy. And you can't take that away from them. The moment you start doing that, you're not playing D&D anymore. You're just running a TV show. And I learned a big lesson from that. And you can plot armor stuff in and out, and you just have to do it at your own discretion and use your own tact. Be smart about it. Don't take stuff away from players, man. And don't sit fucking coveting all of your story and stuff. Relinquish that control. Let stuff happen. And if the players successfully roll a number high enough, if you give them a check and they kill it, let them shine in that moment. Think about what it's like when you're a player. Dude, the mindset when you're GMing is so different when you're a player. When you're a player, how great does it feel when you do a triple backflip, spinning up, the sun fucking shining, glints off of your swords as you cut off this fucking bad guy's head and land. How good does that feel, man? That's everything you wanted your character to be. That's why you wrote them like that. And in this moment, this was their moment to shine. Your player's the smart one. He makes this fucking check. You know? He figures it out. He undoes the spell and saves this fucking village from being fucking sent into space. That's the and you roll your dice. And you succeed. That's how good does that feel? Give that to your players whenever you can. You can figure it out. In the same way you can go, well, no, you didn't do it because actually he teleports just at the last moment before the sword hits his neck. He teleports away. And you take all the wind out of the player's moment. Well, if you can do that, you've got a week to do something else instead. Let him cut off his fucking head because, again, you're the GM. He's got a clone. There's another one. There's something else. You think that was the big bad guy? No. He was being fucking puppeteered by an even bigger bad guy. It doesn't matter. You can come up with something else because you can write anything you want into it. And you've got a week to do it. So let the player have the fucking moment. Because you've got a fucking whole week out beyond that one single moment. And your player gets to end that session and be like, dude, that was so sick. It was so fucking cool. I fucking loved it. My character did this cool thing, but Always let him have it, I think. Even if it's frustrating, and it is sometimes. Sometimes you're like, oh, fuck, you killed him in one shot. For fuck's sake, you're so OP. Why did I give you that hammer? And then you're like, fuck, whatever, yeah, you fucking destroyed him. But your player's like, yeah. You know, and you're in the back of your head, you're like, oh, you fucking dickhead. Why did I even put that in front of him? Why did I give him that fucking hammer 3 sessions ago? God damn it. It's important, I think. Hi, Lollipop. I had Savras guide my players in that I was hoping they'd figure it out, but they never did, and it was fun for me. Yeah, and you can just start laying it on thick eventually. You know? Savras just appears in front of you one day and is like, hey! Go left! Go fucking left! For fuck's sake! Everyone's like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Remember when Savras appeared in front of us in mortal form for the first time ever because he'd been giving us clues for 10 weeks and we didn't pick up on any of them? That was so stupid, so funny, so cool. We remember it. It was a great moment. All that bad feeling. All that imposter syndrome. Dissipated. Yeah, it undid your entire plot. Yeah, it undid your entire campaign. But every single person came out of that session having fun. And you've got a week to undo it, justify it in your head, you know. Will, thank you for the 27 months. Tier 2 as well. Middle class. He's better than the rest of you. Never forget. I had too many moments like that when I gave a player a homebrew 6-shooter with a fan the hammer ability. Yeah. Star Wars has the most powerful ability of all time called auto fire. And I don't understand how giving any weapon that has auto fire to any player doesn't just equal unlimited power. Like, it's so OP. I've even Googled it, and on Reddit everyone's like, yeah, you should nerf that. As a GM, just saying, I would nerf it. And it's like, really? God damn it. Sucks. Yeah. But I've undone campaigns. My first ever campaign, the Mind Harvest, which was basically Mistlight 1.0. I just gave them whatever they wanted. They had fucking buster swords and shit, and they were so broken. I didn't know how to balance anything. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. I hated it. And then I got really good at D&D, and now I do that again, but I know how to balance, or I just don't bother. I just put shit in front of them and go, figure it out, go. You got more than just your swords and shields and bows and arrows. Come up with something else. And I know it's scary because you have one turn with one action, and you don't know if, and you don't want to squander that action on not deleting some HP. But you do have more at your disposal. Figure something out. 3 of you work together to bring down the fucking building that they're standing next to on the thing instead. I don't know. It's rough though. It can be difficult. That can be frustrating, but that's a whole different story. Let me play the game.
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Hi, Annie. We're just speaking to some random people. I'm just trying to sort of like.
Interesting topic for her.
I want to burn through some of this because this is giving me -1 visual calculus. So I just kind of want to burn through some of it in case we need it. And the best way to do that is to just talk to people.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Electrochemistry, easy. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'd like to ask something else.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
There's a car down there.
This
right
is
now.
what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Yeah. Was it you I've heard a story from where the campaign ended prematurely because some cast shatter inside an ancient ruin and the place collapsed on top of the party? It wasn't Shatter. It was Noodle. And Noodle punched a... So I had spent the entire session saying, this place is crumbling. Everything around you is barely holding up. And they just kept fucking with it and kept fucking with it. And I was like, the walls are going to fall down. They were in like an ancient mine. And Noodle and Distracted Elf's characters had an argument. And Noodle went, okay, I punched the wall. But he was like a super strong, mega buff paladin. And I was like, okay. Make an athletics check. And he went, okay. And he punched the wall. And then his athletics check was like a 20. And I was like, okay. The entire cavern starts falling down. And everyone had to make skill checks to escape. So it wasn't like I just went, you're all dead. I was like, okay, everyone making all these skill checks to escape. Dex checks, athletics checks to run out of the cave and stuff. And all of them fucked up. And I just went, the cave, the entire mountain falls on top of you. And it wasn't like I just did it randomly. I was like, I've been telling them the whole time. And they just kept fucking with it and kept fucking with it. And I was like, the thing's going to fall down. The thing's going to fall down. You're all going to die. And they were like, whatever. And then Noodle literally just straight up punched the wall. And everyone died. Yeah. That was how the Mind Harvest ended. The first time. Which is why in Mistlight, they find the bones of Noodle's character in a cavern, because the Mind Harvest is semi-canon to Mistlight. It was just set hundreds and hundreds of years before. Tune in to Mistlight the book. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. Mines. Mines. You need mines.
No, I don't. I need to know about those human bodies. A mine, the RCM could use a mine. Drugs, I need info on this. Major narc. This place looks bad. Why don't you leave? I'll roll a dice. 1, 2, 3. 3. Drugs. I need info on this. Major narc.
Don't have any. Those get cleaned out so fast even the local bums can only stand by and watch with watery mouths. Always by strangers too. Union folk don't stand this kind of stuff around here.
You could use a hit right about now. Any hit, really. Feel that itch in your hands? The stiffness in your neck? That strange restlessness in your bones?
I can ask her if she wants to go on a date with another drunk, and it's heroic with an 8% chance. Suggestion as well. I'm good at suggestion. I have a 5 in it. That's how bad that is. So I take it that's your skiff.
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
I'm absolutely not taking her on a date. Not my type, Ratch. Now, I think I'll go and speak to these drunk guys that are over here somewhere. Oh, can't. Where is it? They're down.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
And he once electrocuted the entire party to death. That's... TPKs are scary. That's why I had some funny moments like that. Yeah, really, they did. This VOD's gonna be saved, right? Yes. It will. It's good caffeine. I'd let her cover me in tar. Weren't you DMing when you got everyone electrocuted? Probably. What was that? Tales from Koiri? Bumrug, thank you for the 14 months, friendo. You killed off Cookie's character? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember a lot. Most of the time. I can't even remember the session I DM'd last night. And I'm not kidding. I barely remember anything from it, which is horrific. Look at these paint lines. A drop in temperature and easy flow of air before you a thoroughfare jam with lorries. What did the smoke smell like?
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow.
You drew a picture to say sorry because I was mortified? Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst feeling. When you're the GM and you have to kill players as well, you're like, and the beholder zaps you into dust. And they're like, what? Yep, you're dead. That's how it works. And the player gets moody with you personally and you're like, dude. You called the beholder an idiot and kicked him in the dick. And now you're dead. What did you think was going to happen? It's frustrating.
The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Who are the people that live across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18,
50,
21,
16,
4,
23,
1.
42.
A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly.
What about the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
What about a road?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog.
Of course there's a dead
200
dog.
paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
There's always a dead dog. Let's see here.
Hey, tequila!
Idiot Doom Spiral. A 30-something man clad in a two-piece Lictra trademark tracksuit puts down his pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now.
He looks at his shit-stained Lictra jacket with a grim expression.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't call! Don't call!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
That guy sounds like Tommy Shelby, you know. You're the perfect person to play this game. Why? What is a tequila sunset?
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know?
We've met before.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Can
You
remember?
look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Okay.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style.
Yeah, sounds like me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Oh yeah, not the first time this has come up.
Hey man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks.
Thank you.
Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Kind of. Alcohol doesn't have this much of an effect on me. As somebody that gets addicted to literally anything if I need to, a little bit of alcohol is my favorite place to be. Which immediately, red flag, danger, I understand. But too much alcohol, I don't like that feeling anymore. It makes me feel really unwell. Even though I never had this response to alcohol, which is great because it meant I never really became a true alcoholic.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
If it wasn't so bad for me, I would be a little tipsy all the time. It's my favorite position to be in. You know, all of your woes and anxieties go away, and you're a little more. I'm a little funnier. I'm a little more alert. You know, it's a great position to be in, but it's impossible to remain a little bit of tipsy forever, and that's the slippery slope into alcoholism anyway. But like 1 or 2 beers, you know, a big glass of wine, you know, something like that is a great place to be in. But it's over. You know, you can only hold that for a little while before your body builds up a tolerance, and you need 3 beers to hit that point, and then you need 4 to hit that point, and then it's, well, I better have a bit of vodka with it just to make sure that and it's all over. So I've never really chased it, but it is while I'm in that perfect line, it's one of my favorite places to be. There was a Mads Mikkelsen movie about this. Really? What's it called? The first wave of tipsiness is always the best part. Beyond that, it's just downhill. Yeah, pretty much. Polestar, what's up?
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? the billboard.
It was me that threw the fucking the billboard into the water, into the fucking thing.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
A little bit of whiskey a night is what got me my PhD. I believe that fully. That one time that I was in the pub as a teenager and I was drinking a pint of beer. I was about halfway through my pint and someone sent me a text and was like, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you? Can I meet you somewhere before we go for this exam?" And I was like, "What do you mean, exam?" I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, we've got a biology exam in like 10 minutes." And I was like, "Fuck!" And I necked this entire pint and I ran up the street and into the exam hall, sat down and took a biology exam, and I got a B. It was better than I did for any other biology exam. I did amazing. And I was like, wow, what the fuck? Because it's a stimulant. One beer is a stimulant. If you see us in the pub, we'll be acting real nice. Yeah, it was crazy. I did so much better on that exam than any other exam. Though I don't recommend it. Perfect. A beer and a run. A short jog. I did a short video on it where I told that story, yeah. Another round. Is it on Amazon Prime?
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
Amazon Prime. Another round. Is it a Mads Mikkelsen movie in English? Or is it a Mads Mikkelsen movie in Danish? Because that will affect whether I watch it at the moment or not. Because I'm not watching anything with subtitles in it. It's in Danish. Son of a... God damn it! There's a couple of things I want to watch that are in other languages, but I can't be fucked. Because I've just come off of a anime binge. A comedy drama in Danish, huh? Cool.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster.
Hi, Annie.
When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Nice. He sounds like someone, I can't put my finger on it. Are we talking about the Mads Mikkelsen film? Yes. Hi, Cal.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on.
Cool.
How one of them fucked you real bad.
Cool.
After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, That's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
If your mother only knew that you were trying to get with me. Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Rosemary speaks.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Do you remember that, Maya? If your mother only knew. Tank. If your mother only. I can't do it. The beat and the rhyme at the same time. If your mother only. Trying to do it, you know, when you have no idea how to. I can't even beatbox. Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Yeah. One of those fever dream memories that I was beginning to question. No, dude. Razel. Legendary. Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
Hi, traitor.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
Yeah.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Cool, thank you.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
If your mother only knew that you were trying to get with me. Absolute beast.
As you've already determined, the actual number is just over 200. But what's a little embellishment between friends?
My penis is over 7 inches long.
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
It's George Carlin. That's who he sounds like. But without too much of the rasp going on. Want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Just kind of has the same, I don't know what it's called. It's almost like a lisp, but I don't know what it is.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Here, I've got a potent Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
Part drank.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But
If
around
your
here,
mother only knew. If your mother only that you were trying to get with me.
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder slash junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Did it help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Go on.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
I would have landed on my feet because I've got feline reflexes.
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Okay, so what happened? Okay.
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
This all sounds like bullshit to me.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
I literally cannot believe it.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansarique Lycra tracksuit.
I get that the point of the story is that one small thing can go wrong and it can create a domino effect that will end up leaving you homeless. It's me this year watching everything destroy itself around me, and in 3 years I'll be homeless like him, drinking on the street. I get it, but also I feel like his story is devoid of any fault, you know? He's not taking any responsibility for anything that he did, and I'm sure that there was more to it than just he lost his keys and that ruined his entire life, you know what I mean?
You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
Yeah, I get that he's a doom spiral and this is what will happen, but also if you don't take responsibility, then you feel like the whole world is doing this to you, which is not the case. Obviously some stuff happens to people and it's out of their control. Their response to it, you know, he gave up and focuses only on the things that go wrong.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What was the name of your agency?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room.
Cool.
Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Rebishal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art, it's just cynical wankery. That's so high concept I have no idea what it means. Mixing high and low, commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit. Yeah, never mind, I asked.
Asking is how you get ahead.
What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
You really shouldn't touch it.
Half-light. Touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be
got
one
the
of the
curse.
last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it. Randomized trials have also found lycra, TN, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers.
Jesus.
So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, Tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Sure.
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
There's a lot of places.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen
I
it.
think it's the shit-covered one.
I'm all ears, Tequila.
See.
You too.
Now, which one of you had speed? You?
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want?
Aha.
I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I've got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
It's £15. I want a Pilsner.
Bottoms up, Captain.
Thank you. Find Doom Spiral's jacket. See ya.
In the civilized...
Crumbles with an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then he turns his head
The
away.
noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
I am the law.
Right. You might have found one person who doesn't know you are the law, given how drunk he is.
Abigail.
Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better. Or never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
What's your name?
Don't call Abigail.
Where am I?
The man hiccups, then mumbles something.
Why shouldn't I
he
call
snorts
Abigail?
and beckons you.
Lean in.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
I'm on an important investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing. He does not sound well at all.
Don't call.
See ya. Let me go and see if that one place with that jacket that was like too disgusting to touch was the thing, you know? Where was it? Over here? This has got to be it, right? This filthy rag has been at the mercy of some element.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try.
Okay.
Good choice. The less...
Okay. I don't need to know. I just need to return it to the boy. The sound fucks up there. I don't know if that's just for me or what.
Tequila
Found a
sun.
jacket.
Ah, tequila.
Give him it.
Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
What do you expect? You left it outside for a week.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
How do I do that? Is there a laundry mat? Laundromat? Laundry man? I am laundryman. Is there a laundryman? Can someone find me a laundryman? Do you want to know? Sure. Sure. Why the hell not? I mean, really. Who cares at this point? The old lady left of me? Why doesn't this work?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Can you wash
I
this?
can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a...
Sure.
Hell yeah. No, we must run around.
I could use a breather before another.
Oh, wait.
Well, hand it over then. And I must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
I can keep it. +1 pain threshold, +1 half light, -1 drama. Let's have a quick look what it looks like on. Dude, it looks like one I'm wearing right now.
Tequila
Here you
sucked
go.
my jacket?
Yep.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
Fuck are you talking about?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Aye, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium concept stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
I went through some dark shit to get this. Take the fucking jacket.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
See ya. Pew meow meow pew meow meow pew 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 meow pew 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 pew. I have nothing left to do in the game. Got to kill 6 hours before visual calculus is coming back, so I don't think it's gonna happen. Man, I'm really hungry, but I can't fucking... I was gonna make myself some food just then, but I can't. Because I've put all of my stuff in the only food I have in the house, it is stuff to cook in the air fryer. But the air fryer stuff is currently soaking in the...
This is it. The scene of the party.
sink.
The fire pit.
Clean it up.
Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like we've had a couple of party goers.
Looks like it.
Looks like they had a great time laughing here.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Okay.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Interesting choice. Mr. Kitsuragi. Merlin, you smell like an old poo. Why? Why must you bring this stench to me? Oh yeah, Wellington. That's where we need to go.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Probably for the best.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
Who's going to check the traps?
Morel will eventually. Or
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
Air fryers are actually a thing? Yes, you absolute dog human, barely able to function a simple thought. I have never ate anything that tasted decent cooked in an air fryer. Well, which is it? Air fryers are actually a thing, question mark, or I've eaten stuff from an air fryer. Also, lie. Just this guy, you know? Don't trust a fucking thing he ever says. We'll take care of it.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Oh, am I?
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this?
You seem different.
Different? How?
You're not telling me the whole story.
I'm not. It's not bad.
What is it?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
And when a police officer asks, you must answer.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
We have to restore this woman's faith in life. We have to
Seeing the
find the phasmid.
Insulindian phasmid was
That's
just
the
a
main game
story
now.
I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not. Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
You seem to really believe it happened. Doesn't that count for something?
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too.
That I am a queen? An extraordinary witness to grace.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything.
Suggestion 5. Hire. Tell her that a marriage hasn't been a lie.
An acorn
Killing
is
it.
not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
Wrong or not, your relationship with Morel isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple.
Old people, you know. Hey Ace, how old are you? I feel like old people don't like air fryers because it's like scary change, you know? And anyone that hasn't had anything good cooked in an air fryer, guess what? I've also had stuff that doesn't taste good that was cooked in an oven. It's called a skill issue.
If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Morel hated lecturing. You convinced him to do something real. Normally when I think about stuff like women and marriage, I feel bad. When I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something and making it about himself. 28? That's embarrassing. I think we've had this conversation before, haven't we? What do you do for work?
But if the dream comes to naught, what good is it? No, the thing is, I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists, if I didn't tell him that story.
Air fryers are just convection ovens, yeah. I tried once at a friend and it tasted super bland. And you think that's the air fryer's fault that somebody didn't add seasoning? Hey guy, the way that you interface with the world, imagine. Everything is the only thing that happened to you is everything, you know? Everything is everything, but the only thing happened to you is everything.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
He'd still be into you. That's not how those things work.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time.
Ace, buy one and cook your own food.
What you have to know is the Insulindian
answer my question.
phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
I still believe you saw the phasmid.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it, how it was there. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
I'm not a fan of them because Mother used it, not you. Cook your own food. Why do you have your mother cooking you food still? And it would always result in dry, bland food because your mother doesn't know how to add salt to food. But I also don't have any space in my kitchen. They're really small, that's the point of them. Why do you guys... Nothing to do with the air fryer, you know what I mean? Just... The food being bland is nothing to do with the air fryer, guys. It heats it up. Just add a seasoning to your food. What? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. The whole world, everyone is insane.
Either way, I should go.
No, no more. I'm done with you.
Poor Morel is running
I'm not
a
talking to
fever
chat anymore
and
today.
I need to get him home to Jamrock
The pain.
before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
You sure you don't need help getting to Gary's?
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered.
Nice.
And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
I've never made a bad meal in the air fryer. You know why, Moonfish? Skill issue. It's nothing to do with the air fryer. People just don't have... people don't know how to separate what happened to them with everything else. It's just like the only fucking tunnel vision they have is like however they experience the thing is the only way it can be experienced, you know? Fucking scary, man. People just walk through life. Jesus Christ. I don't see any restaurants using air fryers. Why would a restaurant use a little fucking homemade, like, little designed for the home air fryer to cook for fucking hundreds of people a day? It's a convection oven. Big ovens are air fryers. You know, just... Dude, this is how flat earthers are born. You know what I mean? Ace, do you believe... Are you flat earth? Where are you from? Answer my question. Where are you from and what do you do for work? Am I the only one? Am I crazy? Am I going crazy out here? Answer the fucking question, Ace. Jesus Christ. People that don't know... Romania programmer. Thank you. That's all we needed to fucking know. Actually, I would have expected an engineer to be way less, you know, like this. Why fry with air when you can fry with tasty oil? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Guys. I can't do it. The pain. Seriously, the rest of you feel the same way as me or not? Being in this fucking chat room sometimes, seeing the things that people out there, fully grown adult men, by the way, both of them. Fully grown adult men just out there living their lives. They drive cars. Your children are out playing in the park. They're driving cars on the road, you know? They have access to fucking knives. They can go and buy a fucking sword. What? Dude, wow, dude. The pain. Holy shit. Both of you need to stay inside and stop interacting with everyone else in the world. Sometimes I just look away. There's no hope, man. They're both going to have like 4 kids as well, and all of us are going to have none. Alright, I'm going to check the traps.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream.
Can I have your
Take it
address just
from-
in case?
Okay. It's 1113 Tabernacle Road,
13 again.
Jamrock, but
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
It's been a pleasure, ma'am.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
dream. Like that, she drives off.
There will be a
Guest
phasmid. Jesus!
as she gets
She's
to
fucking
the
lifted off.
doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's raining.
Spin to the moon.
We should go too.
Outside it's raining. When did the phasmid appear? Did they appear in the rain? Not in the rain. The phasmid will be there. I believe. The phasmid will appear in the rain. Dude, I fucking hope you never have children, Kipling. Or you, Ace. You bet none of my kids will be using that air fryer shit. Just embarrassing, you know? What the hell do you program so that I can make sure to avoid it with my life? The most dangerous fucking contraption being programmed by this guy. Absolute brain rot. My previous job, I had to explain to a 60-year-old man what a power plug was for. Yeah, man, it's just... I hope I never end up like that. Online shops. Good. I bet they work perfectly.
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest are piled in a heap in the corner. Dead. No phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
Fine. What about the next one? There's another one over here somewhere, right?
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
Okay. I remember where the other one is.
A scattering of bullet holes is...
Oh, it's all the way over the other side, isn't it? I think it was Kuno again. How have you survived? Yeah. I think that all the time when I see these people, like, they're just going about their lives. And they have no comprehension about what's going on around them. And, like, I can't believe that they, like, can cross a street without being immediately mowed down by a car. Like, they're literally in front of a highway watching cars go and they just step out in front of them because they have no concept that one of those things will kill them. That's how they're interfacing with the world. That's Ace. It's insane. Oh fuck, I went the wrong way. Gotta go over here, right? To be fair to them, air fryers do good fries. Yeah, because they're just, you know what? I'm not... Shut the fuck up. If anyone mentions an air fryer again today, I will fucking ban you. I can't. I literally don't want to be dragged into this bullshit anymore. I'm sick of it every day. I will not be drawn into this shit constantly.
Just dead and dying locusts and the slow swaying of surrounding reeds. Poor things.
Cigarette butts. Brand Tiomutiri seems important somehow. I wonder if that's the brand my wife smoked or something. I bet she started me smoking. She was the one. Ooh, a fucking shirt just sitting out here. +1 rhetoric. Nice. We need a rhetoric shirt. What the hell is a polo? The shirt looks worn and smells a bit. You can't help but wonder who would leave it stuffed in a tear container. Who cares, man? Does the old woman wash other clothes of mine? Stay away from those cigarette butts. I wonder if this is a tired thing.
Our tenant, the
Yep. Be nice if she would clean. The walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Me. I'm the walker.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Poor thing.
I bet you're supposed to listen to something about this phasmid. There has to be a way to prove. Now, I'm convinced that the phasmids are real now because they made that so sad that the only way that we can save their marriage is to prove phasmids are real to them, but I don't really know how to do that. So now we really only have the thing to prove to Titus Hardy, which I think is rhetoric again, isn't it? I don't know what ghost is, Kipling. Rhetoric godly. Find smokes and smoke them. I spoke to the boys by the car. Can I buy smokes?
There it is.
Pull one out.
You picked the best
Light
one.
it up.
Get a load of this rock and roll cop hair. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
Put that bad boy in the flame and breathe in.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back,
yeah, dude.
and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right.
Yep. Now we want rhetoric, which is the polo shirt. Be it. That's it. Rhetoric is at 5.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince him he's being manipulated. 83%. +1 mentioned surreal play. +1 compromised skill set known. +1 angers can't take pressure. +1 warned about the tribunal. +1 discussed 8th Hardy. +1 confronted about the drug trade. Let's go.
Convince
Let's have
Titus
it.
he's being manipulated. Bad idea. Bringing her up will do no good. You should know by now. Titus will never falter. But you know someone who might.
One of his boys will.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle, the time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker.
Yeah,
Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside, under the rising sun, tattered and in ruins, the windows of the cafeteria aglow with her morning light.
Case closed.
He'll get it. Go
Write
on.
it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because
Because of some chick, because you're a foreigner, because you work for the wrong people, because they like killing. Any of them could work, huh? That is because they like killing.
Yeah, we liked it. It was fun, wasn't it, guys? We had a great time.
It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis.
they kill you because they think it's funny.
They just hang you like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse. They club you from behind, string you up, go back to drinking. It's cool, guys. You drag them out back, light their corpse on fire and piss on them. You don't care. One of these first two.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He never speaks. The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
Turn to Angus, or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason? What happens if I keep talking? You're gonna kill me too? Is this in this bar for nothing? We'll hit Kim first. We know that they will. Can't tell whether I should push him. This wasn't... Like, I have to go in for the kill right now. Turn to Angus. I feel like I should look at Kim. Kim's been backing me up so far. I'm just going to go with the turn to Angus.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him?
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in.
I suspected
Theo,
this.
take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
So who killed the Merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
Did you had ideas about his past too?
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do.
Sounds like visual
And I
calculus.
wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
So you didn't kill him, he was already dead.
He nods.
Date of birth is done. Curious. Not gonna tell me.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth, he tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines the darkness inside. Well, shit. Can't blame them for missing that.
This was the thing
Get the
they
saw,
missed.
Alan. This just got fun.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural. There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Classier came down.
Sunday.
She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
Why do I get the feeling that he was poisoned or something? But there was a bullet hole through the window, so they just drew that conclusion. Ace with an air fryer. I ate one thing in it, and now I want it.
He means they'd been fucking.
Tibbs patched the window. Corpse.
Who's Tibbs?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
If Klasha didn't kill him, why the cover up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
That can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world.
These people?
They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Whose idea was to hang it? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the 2 girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
We don't want this one, do we? What do I want a point in? I've earned a point in rhetoric. It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker. The missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. Understood. Can you not tell me anything about her? Name, current location?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to.
We did it, Kim.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
I'm sorry I made you guys fine.
Me too.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags, in a warm column.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
still, after all this headache...
But you would still prefer it if we didn't take her away.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Date of birth generator.
Let's go. Hi, Mike.
You were born in the year 07.
It's 51
in the
now.
last year of the commune of Revachol,
does that make
right before it fell,
40.
in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old.
He said I was 50.
The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Okay. Learning cap for logic raised to 4. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. That sucks. Passives. But it doesn't say I have them. Wait, what? This is terrible. My learning cap goes up, but my actual passive physique checks go down. Well, that's getting older for you, isn't it? Okay, so what did we get here? The whole story from Tyres. Confront Clausia. Put on a different shirt for this. What does this one do? -1 empathy. Guess we'll do it now. Let's see what she has to say.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Oh yeah, we can't trust anything.
Let the miss speak. She's tall and thin and tired. A twig trying so hard not to break.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
I suspect that Kim is gay, and I wish that I could just leave all of this questioning to him. Because my character is, at best, bi.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
That's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more.
Or?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea.
That's who's after her.
As she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon. Grey and pale violet in the morning light.
What lies beyond it?
The pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old, old world.
Is that what you're looking for over your shoulder? You're afraid of the Morin Linton?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
What did you do to have these people after you? What happened here the night he died? Why did you call the cops if you're hiding? What happened here?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
What happened?
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass.
Dude, if this is true, this is the worst. Imagine how horrific this would be.
I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
It has to be the other one, like the person who has the view from the tall building that we weren't able to access and question.
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
That's mental. So my feeling was right earlier. He was enjoying the moment of his death. Why would you ever say that? Better not to mention it. Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
Not the only thing that didn't come. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm leaving now. Thanks so much for watching the stream.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
We're going to need more details.
She looks down with a wince. Her cigarette has singed her fingers. She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
I said you look pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor.
Oh, did the ligature marks and
I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room.
Like an entry
into
wound?
the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Or are they all lying?
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. to the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? Or why are you still here at all?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewsdoen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lewis-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
That's a lot of shit you've gotten yourself into.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
Okay, let's get back to what happened here.
The young woman looks at her cigarette with melancholy. It's almost gone.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
And with great power comes great responsibility. The First Galactic Empire.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What next?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, but I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
Fucking Motorway South fucked me. -1. Failed by 1. God! Damn it!
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
Better be fucking worth it. Motorway South. God damn it! Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow.
Then what?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
Lele wishes we would all look at her in the bathroom. This is Lele. Oh, I've installed a camera, and here's the control for it. Set up to a few monitors near you. I'm going to be going to have a shower now. That camera, maybe it was set up in my bathroom. Just saying. If you wanted to look at my boobs. That's Lele. And everyone's like, no, it's fine, Lele. And she's like, well, if you wanted to look at me, you can. No, we probably just let you have a shower. I mean, I set up a camera in case you wanted to look at me in the shower, but that's okay.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Where's Ruby?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
But maybe it did?
I just don't know. I don't know anything.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. But there's one thing I know. It's that you'll get nothing from there. What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved. Sweet, sweet drugs.
Yeah, I've done lots of drugs, and randomly I kill people too. You know? I had some paracetamol the other day. Took out an entire orphanage. Couldn't stop myself. I would never ignore Pele's boobas, especially if she went to the trouble of scoring goals in the Brazil in the World Cup in 1984. Fucking Pele, dude.
It could have been a desire murder.
What a legend.
Maybe an act of jealousy.
I agree with you, Oliver. Who doesn't love Pele?
Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Downstairs people have this crazy idea that you killed him. It's okay if you did it in self-defense. Desire drives people loco. Drugs are an integral part of your relationship. It's okay if you did it in self-defense.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before. That wasn't what happened.
Well, desire drives people loco.
She simply shakes her head. She has the training for it. You've known it since she first greeted you here on this roof.
Drugs were an integral part of your relationship.
What does that mean?
Do drugs make you aggressive?
No. People don't take drugs to kill each other. They take them to feel okay with each other. I thought Ravachol would be more enlightened about this. Especially since you've taken them yourself.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance. It's not one of respect. You may want to add a clever retort to this one.
Clever retort.
She looks at you, confused. The lieutenant shares her confusion. Respond with something professional. Now.
Okay, I'd like to ask you some other questions, miss.
Like what?
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
I don't think so. Why did you do it?
You have to understand. The people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And it makes you sweat.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom inside?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah, I think we're done here.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Drama.
Who?
Boom.
What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps.
It's possible she was hired by someone like Everard, though, right? If she's a corporate espionage type.
She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No, see?
Devil woman. You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. Your real name isn't Clasher. What if I told you you're under arrest? I don't think you made the call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That's the other old woman.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
Decker Bear. Thank you for the 30 months. My gosh.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Say nothing.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
The real name isn't Clash or Amando.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good. You can tell me the truth.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Commonser. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Was the passport bullshit? Yes, obviously. Tell me your real name.
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
I'll just call you Miss Orange Disco Dancer. No, I'll just say hello to her.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof.
Enough.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
We're done.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Yeah.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Could get drunk and kick that door in, but how do we look at the window, though? Make Titus give up Ruby's thing. Do I have to kick that door in to get into the window? Oh, it was this one.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
What is this, guilt now?
Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration.
I boost my visual calculus with clothing. I've got a -1 right now, which is super annoying. That's going to take another 4 hours. Might as well give it a pop.
This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired.
Where is this? That's all the way up by the pier. That's right on the edge where the trap is for the other thing. Where the fuck is this? We haven't been there. There's another area.
The man looks
That's
directly
probably
at the
where
woman.
it is.
The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth.
Though we did get a weird
ray
feeling
cast
over
from
here, didn't
somewhere
we?
outside, entering his brain, ending him.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime.
Right here.
The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
I'm what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room, a closer point?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
Are there arguments against A prime the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there be another point of origin?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Yeah, and then someone saw him, so he had to kill him. Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
But there's a thing to climb up there. The islet.
1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. On an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof?
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Okay. Understood. Tell me where the shot came from. Yeah, okay. So we've got stuff to do at least. One of these is ask Titus where Ruby's location is.
It's you again. What is it?
Yes, sir, it is. I talked to Klasha, now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
Because she's your real leader.
You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit.
Blah, blah.
How many times must I
Blah,
tell
blah.
Yeah, fuck off.
I'm going to level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lele's killer. I've seen her in a laudium-induced delirium. The paranormal instinct whispers to me, look, I need to pin this on someone. I've decided I'm going to pin it on her. I suspect she killed the victim, that's why. A civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve the murder, and that means talking to Ruby.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you picked Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't.
The woman doesn't remember a gunshot sound. Yeah, I thought that too, but I also... I kind of feel like he wasn't shot.
Ruby's one of us.
I want to hear from the
gonna throw her
coroner.
onto your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
From the corner of your eye, you see a little bird fly into the bush, right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
I think I'm better off going and trying to figure out the case first. What do we want for this? I want my visual calculus back, man. It's going to take 3 more hours. Encyclopedia -1 perception. Perception's probably a good idea here. Need some logic. Authority's not going to help us much. Perception. Let's quickly go and buy stuff to heal ourselves. I'm running out of money.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste...
Three keys, how idiotic. Didn't she say she had her head buried in a pillow? I mean, yeah, but how does a pillow mask a gunshot that well? What Asperine says is true. She didn't mention hearing any shot noise, only the glass breaking, which... yeah, I don't know. Have you two played the game? Valeria, Plumrug? So I'll kill you if you have. Which means you're going to lie to me now and say you haven't, and I can never trust anything you've ever said. T-shirt, thanks for the 29 month. Mein Freund. Let me check this real quick. Probably need to boost my perception as high as possible.
The trap is poor thing.
I will forever check these traps. There's got to be a clue in something somewhere on how to get these phasmids. Or maybe I just need to lie to them at some point. Suppose I could do that. I'm happy to lie for the greater good.
A few poor thing.
I have, which is why I'm keeping my mouth shut. We're really proud of you, aren't we, Serpent?
The trap is filled with dead poor
Really proud of him. Someone get him a gold star. You know, showing off. I have played the game. And I've managed to not spoil it. I've managed to do the most basic human decencies. Someone kiss me on my pee-pee. Right now. As I am deserved. I'm a special little boy, aren't I? Aren't I such a special little boy? Oh. Everyone, look at me. I'm a special little boy. Where's the boardwalk check? Check the boardwalk for bullet traces. I can only check the bin. Is this not the boardwalk? You beat it yesterday? Look at you. It is a phenomenal game. I really like it. Maybe it's not this part that I need to be on. This thing. Here. Is this not the boardwalk? Does it just not come up unless you see? There, look. How do I get in here?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
How to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes. because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
So his logic is high, but his perception is low. Can he still shoot, though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Yeah, but how do we get in here? You clearly can. This is where it's a perfect vantage point. Hey guy, do you know a way in?
Hello again.
Nope. Ladder? Am I being stupid? Is it that I can see it, but the characters can't? That's why they were like, can you see in there? No. What's this thing again?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
10 cents in and dial a random number. Why not?
Calling.
524-3155. No idea what that means.
Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
No, this is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
No, I have nothing.
Sure you do. No one has anything nowadays. You're either a salesman or a statistician of some kind. I am not interested in cooperating.
No, I'm a police officer.
To hell with the police. To hell with you.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Dial another random number, no. I know that it's probably going to do something if I do that. But I haven't got time or money to be dialing random numbers. I'm confused about this though. I don't understand. I guess I'll go to one of the other locations and see. What's my perception at? 5, pretty good. Pretty good. I have no idea how to get to the other side either. There's like an island that I didn't even know we had access to, which I guess maybe we get to through this fucking tunnel thing. What the fuck is this? Money under the rock.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Okay. Can I not remake the check to try and get in that door?
Just dead and forth. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. The wind picks up. Fine sea foam lashes your face. It feels like needles. You can take it. Just raise your collar, detective.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there, in the whirling in rags.
Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it?
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
He looks like he's cold out here at the tip of the coast. The jacket is warm, but not for this weather.
Tim, you look cold. Maybe a little pilot cap?
No.
Okay.
No what?
No what? You're not cold?
No. An orange pilot cap would not help.
What about the cigarette butts?
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. That means something. You didn't pay attention to any of the other cigarette butts on the coast.
Look towards the whirling in rags.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender, smoking, drinking, being happy and elated, without you. Because you're here, freezing in the wind, aren't you? Doing your detective work.
Yes, I suppose I am. I suppose I am. That's that one. How the fuck do I get to the island? Even on the fucking map. Yeah. Maybe Joyce can give us a lift? In her boat? I don't understand why the boardwalk hasn't come up as an option for me. Wait, can I do something about this door? What was this door? This door, probably there's a key somewhere.
It's military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot. It's military. The washerwoman mentioned...
Okay. But I feel like that's an underground tunnel that takes me to the fucking other side. Am I going to the wrong part of the boardwalk? I am petrified this thing is going to break underneath us. Maybe this isn't the boardwalk. How is this not the boardwalk? Rockapole, my tongue got caught in my teeth and I could not see what I was saying. Fuck yeah, it did, boy. Instead of resub, pal. My tongue got caught in my teeth, I could not see what I was saying. Full of holds. Full of holds. Wait, these are all touchable? Ooh. Bottle of fucking Pilsner, son. Fuck yeah, dude. A great find. Whoever this belongs to can be pissed. The sleep schedule is shot. Oh dear. Am I crazy? People that have played the game, just tell me if it's glitched or if this is not the boardwalk. Is this not the boardwalk? Am I in the wrong area? You can tell me if I'm in the wrong area. I don't mind. Is this the boardwalk? The fucking boardwalk. Can't reach that place yet? Oh, okay. That's fucking annoying. Okay, I just can't examine them yet? Right. That's annoying. Don't know why. Let's go and see if Joyce will let me borrow her boat. Can I use this boat?
Waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and the waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
It's my motor carriage, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
It was an accident, I'm sorry.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You are suggesting we honour the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
I don't get attached to things.
If you say so.
She didn't appreciate your cold rationality.
Okay. But also, I don't. I'll throw anything out. I have no attachment to stuff. Sentimental attachment to stuff. I mean, what else do I even have to do, though? I do not know what else to do. I could go and speak to Everard, but that just seems dangerous. He's a fucking maniac. Calls me like a boss battle to speak to him. Force Titus to give me Ruby's location. Let me quickly just see if Joyce has anything. I can borrow a boat. Back. Money, money, money. Is this because my perception's up? I'm seeing all these things.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south.
Yes.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
I was wondering if I could see something on the island that I'm looking for. It's more of a game to play off stream than on. Translation, this stream is boring, and this game is boring, and I hate this streams that have been Disco Elysium. I wish you would play something else. Cool.
Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
There are the ruins of some building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Would the shot have come from there?
Can you tell? From this distance? I don't think it's possible.
It's not. The details are blurry. There's water
Hang in there,
vapor. The
little
little
leaf.
brave birch tree seems to...
And what about this one?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Vandalism.
Probably some kids.
A simple but
Poor
clever,
little
the
viewer.
metal fills
Look
a
inside.
thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear.
Yeah.
The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice.
Isn't it pronounced islet? I thought so as well, but I'm sure they've been saying islet in this game. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, excuse me. My apologies for not being absolutely fucking perfect.
You're back. Good.
Can I borrow your boat? God damn it. Guess we try the tires check. Who's this one? More pixels. Thank you for the 30 months, my friend. Can try that again, huh? Logic impossible. It's not going to let me have it, but we're going to try. Did I only have one cigarette? No. Why is this so hard to fucking click? Am I already cigaretted up? It's encyclopedia. +2 logic. +1 logic. Oh no, that's +2 logic. +1 logic. Looking amazing, bro. No, the voice that speaks says, and then you just wrote it the original way. Islet.
It's you again. What is it?
I've been tuning in specifically to watch this playthrough, which means all my other streams have been shit. I get it. 58%.
Nothing is happening. The pieces are there, but they remain unconnected. Sorry, you're not coming up with anything. Again, the pieces are there. She could have done it. Somehow. Something else. Walla walla bing bang. It's just not coming together.
Squint your eyes.
Still nothing. But that's okay. This doesn't have to turn into some kind of meltdown. You're just a cop, taking your time to present a theory. Why does Puzzleface get to not melt down? You and I melted down like crazy. Remember? Shush. I'm just more level-headed than you. That's my thing. Let's look at this as a learning experience. What are the components you need to implicate Ruby? His wife left him. He needs to kill himself. Make her sorry she did.
I just want to hear the components of the theory.
Smart move. The components are access to the roof, weapon, and motive. Here is what you can do to make it easier. Come on, guys. For starters, you could find out what's behind that mystery door in the kitchen. If it's a secret route, she could have used that to get to the roof. Can't get through the door? You know what would help. Doing a thorough search of this room. Maybe something's hidden. There's a spooky building west of this. Take a flashlight with you. Search the basement. You could crack Classia's last defenses. Maybe she'll tell you something helpful. It's that simple.
They were all trivial.
Unless we have more business, we should.
Okay. What is the check for this door?
You see a heavy steel door, the cobalt blue, old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, the door does not budge. A challenge.
Pull on the door hard.
The steel doesn't even tremble.
Did you wait until...
Now you're hanging from the handle. The door remains immobile. Okay, it was a challenge, and you failed. What now, loser?
Can't fuck with me, boy. What about this guy? You see anything?
The man ponders his cooking utensil.
Don't see anything else around here. What about the door upstairs? Can we break that door? Hey, narrator, spoilers for fuck's sake. Wait, what was spoilers? It wasn't a spoiler until you said it was a spoiler, and now I know that it was a spoiler, but I didn't know it. I didn't take in what he said.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Physical instrument. It gives me +1 physique. Any of these give me +1 to physical instrument. Drinking and smoking and everything to boost my stats is clearly what I did yesterday or Sunday that caused me to go fucking mad.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it, gung-ho style, entering the premises style, but the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
Your foot is ready to explode and punish this object.
Swallow the
The
roach.
sturdy wood door,
See ya.
bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Yeah, ripshit apart.
Kudos.
Anti-object task force. -2 to pain threshold. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are? See those little scars? This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, chairs, they are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that you hate. You are energy stuck in a body. You are a spirit trapped in matter. Break free. Beat up that lamppost. Let it know just how much objects suck. Rufus Lord. Have you played the game, traitor? Hi, Jack. I know where to go next. To a degree, yes. Well, shut the fuck up then. About that. Made it all the way to Wednesday and then gave up. I know everything I need to know about you now. Well, now I have no idea what to fucking do.
A small cabinet on the...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Right, 2, 1...
Try some crazy shit right now, because once again I've run out of leads. Now this is a rhetoric check, isn't it? How do I get more rhetoric?
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not and as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
That's the other one. What do you have to say?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Lariche said when she opened up. No trouble at all.
Let's go see Everard. Am I looking forward to this? No. Do I never want to speak to him again? Yes. Are we going to anyway? Yes. This is a fishing rod. Brennus,
Mr.
thank you for the
Dubois,
44 months.
A pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time.
You're going to extract
since you've
him.
already sat on that chair.
I wanted to go over a couple of things about me.
Let's hear it, Harry.
Never
Of
mind.
course, Harry.
Got
See
nothing
you
to say.
soon.
Cool. Okay. Titus Logic, Netpicker, Heroic, Wash Basin. Don't know what that is. Church doors. Don't need to do that. Bar door. Interface, well-behaved cockatoo. Don't know what that is. Sleeping dock worker. Don't know what that is. Sileng, rhetoric, challenging. That's to give me money, isn't it? Joyce, volition. Don't know what that is. Padlocked door. That's the one. It won't let me make that check. Measure head. Don't want to do. Map wall. Interfacing. Stained glass window. try again. Mirror, cargo container, scouring of bullets, Kim, Shelf, Andre, Renee, knick-knack stand, mirror, Suna, Annette, composure, Joyce, Tommy Lahom, box of sunglasses, Kuno, damaged ledger. Can I try that again yet? Backyard wall, measure head, Samaramba. Like none of these are a thing. The ledger, logic and interfacing. I think this is as high as it goes for logic and interfacing.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
Can I read the case
with the
files
permeables drawer inside. Yes, at last. You find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120 117.
HDB 41 were those officer precinct?
Why, yes. Your precinct number is 41.
HDB is my name.
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. Harrier Dubois, HDB.
The Next World mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class." People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles-lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Do I ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Move the mural, it's wrong. Keep the mural, it's right. Keep the mural.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority.
Fuck yeah.
And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
Yeah. All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter. And agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA The public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high.
Okay.
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man. And you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Please hold the line while we try to connect you.
The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
Can we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is.
Okay. I think I've got your number, chat.
Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Satellite Officer JV isn't me, and Special Officer TH isn't me. Consultant TH. Isn't me either, so I wrote that down because I wonder if it's those two that were back there. From the files, you were special consultant in important cases. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, often brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street, because there they are on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Taking off his pants.
Good. You're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it.
Same as all of you,
breaking
apparently.
things, and the fact that they're
You
both
lot are
drunk.
Leslie.
But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
The Square Bullet Hole Murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it?
Sounds like
I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But?
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
Is it a bullet, though? Hi, Dee Dee. Is it truly a bullet, or is it someone doing some fucked up shit to make it look like a square hole?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry.
Oh.
One day.
Yeah, that's terrifying. The couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
I always find people sitting on sofas outside most of the time look like a rock band.
Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst.
Me.
So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual.
Couch is to describe a piece of furniture with no arms used for lying, like that. What's this then? On the other hand, a sofa is a long upholstered seat, usually with arms and a back, and often convertible into a bed. So what's a settee? These days, there's no difference between sofa and settee, and a lot of people use the words interchangeably. If you're in the north of England, you'll probably hear settee a little more, although it's largely been replaced by sofa. Yeah, but what did it mean before? What is a love seat? Well, if Dee Dee keeps dressing like that, she'll find out. I'm sorry, Dee Dee. I don't mean to endlessly objectify you.
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all
It's
up.
your fault for being beautiful!
So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Murder at the hookah parlor. I'm not going to say it. I've never been so aggressively complimented before. I'm special.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Oh, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Anybody else not written anything since they were in school 20 years ago, and now every time you write stuff, it's fucking weird and difficult almost to do? What are you doing, bro? I have fluff over me. Fluff.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker.
Nutcracker!
A real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills.
Half-light, I know, yeah. Electrochemistry and half-light sometimes win in me when I see people like Dapper Dame. There's just, and this is just off topic and not about Dapper Dame, but also is inevitably also about Dapper Dame, but like hot chicks with tattoos is unbeatable. It just does. It's pretty rare that someone covered in tattoos doesn't have like +10 to attractiveness. You know what I mean? For me, I mean, whatever you like is what you like, right? But people, doesn't have to be hot chicks, just anyone with lots of tattoos, +10, that's it. And once again, we are doing the thing where I am reducing people to just nothing but electrochemistry, of course. You know, if we just reduce everything to electrochemistry, and that's it, and not actually think beyond that. There's this TikTok that I found yesterday. This is me flirting with people, and then they actually show interest. This is what happens. Me flirting with people, and then they actually reciprocate. That's me. Wait, where's the sound? My God, play.
No! Get away from me!
That's what happens. People are so confused around me, and I don't know what it makes me. A horrible little fucking blue ballsing flirt, probably. I'm like, hey, you're unbelievably hot, and I find you extremely attractive. And they're like, okay, you want to go on a date? And I'm like this. The fuck away from me. Ew. They're like, what? But it doesn't make any sense.
Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
From Acne. Wait, was Joseph Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Ew.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
The super ick. Yeah, I get the ick as soon as someone's interested in me. Time to get more tattoos, I guess. I mean, +12, you know? I haven't prepared this part of the campaign yet. Get away from me. Yeah. Everyone ask Brad on a date. Quick, test the hypothesis. I don't know what I would do if someone I actually found interesting or attractive asked me on a date. Because, oh, well, I don't know what it is, man. I think I'm gonna be... Why would he do that? Why? The literal thing. The waiting for the I have tattoos comment. Toodles TikToks have been great lately. It's just Toodle learning how to cook and then leaving. You're an American, right? Or are you Canadian, Toodle? Where are you from? Because you walked somewhere the other day, which was crazy for me to witness. Never seen an American walk anywhere. Toodle's adventures in cooking. America, Colorado. Yeah, wild, dude. You fucking walked somewhere. And that TikTok I watched yesterday. What was I going to say? Liked your dramatic reading of the metal. Thank you so much. Getting asked out on a date would be so much effort because I would have to prep the response, and then if I wanted to go, I would need to deal with the social exhaustion. Okay, well, that's because you...
I'm divergent.
And it's not my reasoning. My reasoning is about 30% I can't be bothered. Literally just can't be bothered. I don't know why I just couldn't be bothered to do it. I'd rather just sit indoors and watch Mr. Robot. 30% is I'm going to put a question mark on it. I have a big question mark. It's been over 10 years since I even went on a date. Because I've been in a relationship and I don't even know if I'm even ready. You know, I don't know where my brain is in all of that stuff. I feel fine, but never trust your brain entirely, because your brain is only part of you and the rest of you is your emotions and how you feel. And that stuff doesn't always give you an immediate, instant and logical answer like your brain will quite often. But the rest of it is a pretty solid, I'm pretty good right now. I quite like being alone. I don't honestly know if I ever want to be in another relationship ever again. I gave it a go. I found someone who was the perfect person to spend the rest of my life with. Didn't work out. So now, fuck it. I'm just gonna watch Mr. Robot and eat ice cream. You know, like I'm good, but I'm good though as well. I'm good. Like I like being alone. It's peaceful. I don't have to worry about someone else's whatever. There's two reasons that I would want to be in a relationship, and they are weak reasons to get into a relationship. One, I want someone to help me pay rent. And two, I feel like getting very old alone is not going to be ideal, because you kind of need someone else to help you when you get old. I don't have family. I don't have children. No one to look after me. You know, I feel like someone helping me get to the car and go to the fucking doctors and stuff like that would be pretty useful. But I might just check myself into like an old people's home at like 62 and just be good. Yeah, man. It did be like that for a while after a breakup, but same. Yeah, I don't know if it's really the breakup that's doing it. I got to this point before as well. I was in a relationship for a year before I even met Emma. And I was like, I don't really like other people. Pretty good by myself. And then Emma kept badgering and badgering and badgering and badgering me. And I knew it was a mistake. Not really, maybe, I guess. Could you have imagined saying that to yourself 6 months ago? Yeah, I know, dude. I'm a completely different person on the inside. But then someone like Dee Dee walks in, and then this happens. And I get an electrochemistry response. Which isn't just because she's unbelievably hot to look at, but you know me. I'm demi as fuck. Even Oliver will wander past and I'm like, well, well, well. What do we have here? You could just be one of those jacked old people that work out forever. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's just weird, man. I don't know. I'm quite good. Cue the clip of Jim Carrey talking about solitude being dangerous. I don't know what that clip is, but we're going to watch it in a minute. Find it for me, Patrick. I resemble that age, and I'm not ready for that yet. 62? Yeah, but I imagine that I'm amazed that my body works now. Let alone, I did a lot of damage to my body as a child. Luckily I did a lot of good to it as well, so maybe it just balanced out and I'm average. But I just get this feeling that I'm going to hit 62 and be like... just like an old, barely functioning fucking robot. That fucking robot from Transformers that was all broken with half of his head missing. That would be me in fucking 10 years.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere.
Right.
And you look into it.
Yeah.
Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Stupid. Never liked them.
So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there.
And he's it.
Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open. Blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
He's a regular, so the person who killed him knew where he would be at that time. He's a movie producer, but he gave the role to someone else. So some up-and-coming actor got jealous and killed him.
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
He sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table and died?
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that.
I went
Turns out
a different
hookah
way.
does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
That means that literally most people in this chat room are continually smoking on their hookah. What was he doing in there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
What did I just unlock? The precarious world? The point of this game is victory, no? Anti-object task force, no. Oh, it finished this one. Okay, that's what it is.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Interfacing. Here we go, finally.
Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee, slowly.
Look for it. It's not a clip but a quote, and apparently it was misattributed. Never from him in the first place. I'm never quoting anything again. But the quote is, "Solitude is dangerous. It's very addictive. It becomes a habit after you realize how peaceful and calm it is." Yeah, I heard doesn't Tom Hardy have a similar quote like that, or is it just one of these fucking... The internet is so annoying because you can just say anything and put a picture in black and white next to them, and it looks like it's said by that person, and it's not. But I agree, solitude for some people, once you find a measure of inner peace or understanding or whatever it is that I feel like I've only just achieved. I think I've always had a bit of it, but I think I've achieved it recently. It's this thing where I was thinking on it in the back of my head for years, I think. Once you become quite comfortable with yourself and you're not constantly trying to chase away all the bad thoughts, everything changes. Especially the need for sort of coexistence and codependence and stuff. And it's not like I don't enjoy company or I don't enjoy speaking to people. And it's not really an introvert or an extrovert thing, really. It's just my priority to chase away thoughts by continually being busy or outside or interacting with people or loudly playing music or making sure I'm distracted or something. It's kind of shifted. It's still a thing that I feel the compulsion to do, but it's like I said, the priority of it has shifted around a little bit. It doesn't feel as necessary. And so one of the reasons that I feel like I must be in a relationship is because I'm scared of everything by myself, and I don't really have that anymore. I'm not afraid of doing everything by myself, and I'm not afraid of living alone. I don't need to share everything with someone. It's nice to share some things with people, and I definitely have some fear of being very alone, but it's just kind of, it was a specific type of fear that has been put aside for now, that I don't have anymore. And you know, I can just burn through a fucking season of Mr. Robot because I didn't start watching it with her. Hey, you want to watch this new show? Yeah, okay, we'll watch 2 and then go to bed. Okay, play. Okay. And then the next day, you want to watch another one? Nah. Okay. The next day, you want to watch another one, episode 3 of this? Nah, we'll do some. You're going out on Thursday? Great, okay. You want to watch one on Friday? Sure. Friday comes around. You want to watch episode 3 of this thing? Nah, let's watch that. Alright, fuck it then. Why did we start watching it together? I want to binge the whole fucking thing. I want to watch fucking 3 seasons of it in one fucking day. Why did you... Can I watch it by myself? No, we started watching it together. Alright, fuck it then. Fuck, dude. And you never watch it ever again. Yeah, it's the fucking worst, man. And then when they fucking leave after 10 years, you go, well, where did I get to in Mr. Robot? You try and find where you were in season 2. Fuck it, I'll just watch the whole fucking thing from the start, even though I've kind of seen it before and I don't want to watch it again.
The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know...
Slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's inside, Mufasa?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Uh-oh. Pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil
Close
drawings.
it again. Close it again.
The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Fucking kill yourself, you asshole.
The words just crossed your mind somehow.
Blink.
You
cool.
see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade card.
Fine, pick up the card.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
This is a bad idea. Smelling it is a bad idea.
It smells of chewing gum.
Ah.
Apricot flavored.
Again.
Exactly like the gum wrapper you found. The same brand of chewing gum.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand.
And we won't give it a name. this is a bad idea. This is me every time I have to go into Emma's stuff. Now, I know I was just doing all of that stuff and I was like, yeah, I'm fine and I'm okay by myself. But remember, I gave you 30% of I don't know how I feel. And I can still feel bad about my relationship ending while also feeling good about my relationship ending, while also feeling okay that I'm alone and I'm perfectly fine without being in a relationship, whilst also being nostalgic and wondering what could have been and feeling defeated about that relationship all at once. And I do feel all those things. And it's just a... because that's how... that's what a person is.
A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting.
Why would you let me play this game right now? Who voted for this?
Harry, it begins. You're already reading.
Imagine if this had won
to
like
write you a letter
6 months ago.
so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
Oh, it would have literally fucking caused me to have panic attacks.
Throw it away, please.
Keep reading.
Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest. Down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
It's weird, man. If like, imagine you had a time machine and you could look at the first day you spent together as a couple, and then the last day as they walk out of the door. You know, the day they walk into your life and the day they walk out of it again, and just compare those two things side by side. It is a fucking twisted thought. It is a weird place to be, and not in a like a and I give up forever, to just how weird it can, how time changes everything. That's a song by Blue October. But the way that it can, it's so unbelievable. If you were stood in the middle of that relationship, looking back at day one, but still able to look forward to the final day, right in the center, it's unbelievable, the idea that you could ever not feel that way. You know? You do these things. Whatever, I'm gonna fuck myself up if I think about it too hard. Too hungry, too tired. I shouldn't do this. Shouldn't play this on Mondays. My brain's too fucking burnt out.
Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
You know, that's how you think and feel. I'm still not ruling out the idea that she's dead, by the way.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs.
Oh my God, I'm
and
going to pass out.
Sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear.
I mean, I also feel like that.
You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, no, hold on.
23-year-old Brad would hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
Come on.
Detective, is everything all right?
All sideways. Bro. Do you need a snack? I need some full-blown dinner. Am I dead? The fuck is this? This is the mural of thoughts. What is happening?
There is nothing. Again.
Nothing?
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. and the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
Nice and quiet.
Is it? The world is gone. You are no longer reacting to outward stimuli, yet still.
A bitter caustic sense of loss remains. Even in the darkness, great sorrows slip in the water.
Yeah.
Slimy.
I wonder about this. In my, you know what, I'm not going to say that, it's TMI. No, I was cool. I'm cool. Plus 2 to the cool counter.
When you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Oh no.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
"23-year-old Brad would say it smelled like betrayal."
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever.
Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
What was that X something?
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Yeah.
Don't prod at it. It will start moving again.
So my name appears to be Harry.
Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
What is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Lie motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat.
Can't believe that didn't
The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
"23-year-old Brad. Fuck it. Climb out of the car."
Good. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Yes. I just nod. Embarrassment.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses.
Oh.
Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Okay, first that. +1 Inland Empire, +1 Empathy, but -2 to Authority. I don't want to interact with it again right now, do I? No. But then, what did we get here? Hang on. This is just going to make me
Motorway
south. Here we go, the motorway south. Dude, that was cool as fuck, by the way.
The
And
lone
also
vector
exactly how I feel
stretches
every
in
time
your
I
mind's
find
eye
something of Emma's
into
in
the
house.
wild pale yonder, for an unimaginable distance, forgetting, until you can no longer remember anything. No cities, no mountains, no oceans, and finally, no vector.
This is where I went. This is
Nothing
why I haven't got
remains.
any memory. I got on a
A
boat
blank
and fucked
space
off.
with no point
Didn't
of
I?
reference. where only one type of motion is possible. The motion of a human throat. Swallow in, and then it comes to you. To reach the end of the motorway south is to be unborn. You've had this thought before, while aimlessly wandering the streets of Jamrock. A lost piece of the man you were. A dark hope.
Mm-hmm. That's me. Uh-huh. What do I get for it? All intellect white checks unlocked. +1 Inland Empire. Now we also have white mourning now. -1 to authority while he's going. Little guy gets further and further away. You see yourself from above. You're passed out on the blue tiles of the hostel room floor. Even from this distance you can see your eyes flutter at the mention of what? A great white object, letting out its sweet smell like a lily of the valley. The little man's forgotten its name, but he still remembers the feeling. And look, he moves. The feeling animates him. He instinctively reaches out for the feeling's best friend, a bottle of red, Commodore Red. He puts on his disco clothes and gets smaller and smaller. We are definitely in mourning, so I'd like to do that one. And it unlocked all of the white checks again. Alright, so I can try everything again, but it doesn't mean much. Need 10 XP to get another point.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. Then
that was crazy, man. This game is so good. I can't believe how accurate it is. It's kind of good that I did play it right now, really, as much as I joke about, you know, because I'm in the right place to truly understand how accurate this shit is sometimes. It's fucking frightening. Present Titus with a theory, find speed. I don't know where to go next, really. I tried to do this kind of thing in ZBO, but wasn't as nearly well thought out and executed. I think you did execute something like it. I remember having a lot of, I was doing a lot of stuff in therapy at the time, and I explored that through that character on that show, so it definitely worked. Oh, I can't do any more of it though. I'm gonna fucking literally pass out as well. I can't handle this much mental strain. Yeah, for real, Chan. My God. I need a moment. I said to Dee Dee the other day that I float away for about I float away for 1d6 hours after every session of this fucking game. It makes you think and feel. It's pretty crazy good, man. That's that, man. I'm going to take the dog for a walk. I'm going to get some dinner and watch some of PB's stream. Thanks again for tuning in, everyone. I know that the game's a little weird and personal, but I've been enjoying it, and hopefully you've vaguely enjoyed it as well. I don't know. That little moment there was crazy good. The way that it restarts. Damn. And I will be back on Wednesday. No stream tomorrow. I've got my final session of therapy and then Kingmakers. So we will return on Wednesday at 1 PM UK time, which is 8 AM Eastern. And I'll see you guys then. Thanks again for hanging out. Peace out. A-Town.